Whatever, fooey on the timer, let's just get started. Greetings, Rothlings, and welcome to, hopefully, the launch of Starship SN9 on a high-altitude 10-kilometer test flight. So what we're looking at now is from about an hour ago. This view is courtesy of LabPadre. Yeah, this view is courtesy of LabPadre, who has 24/7 live cameras pointed at the SpaceX facilities in Boca Chica, Texas. And this is not Starship. We're looking at Bluto, their nickname for a very large LabPadre crane that's used to lift the Starship, racing at breakneck speed down the road from the launch pad. Now, this is actually being played at 2 times speed, so I think maybe a snail could overtake it, but that is okay because it's not meant for speed, it's meant for lifting capacity. So, yes, if you're not already familiar, I am Raw Space, and so I will be doing some hosting in person and also some rebroadcasting of the coverage from LabPadre. And if SpaceX gets to the point where, here, let's track forward a bit. If SpaceX gets to the point where it looks like a launch is imminent, then they themselves will go live, and I'll switch to that coverage. But in the meantime, we can watch. I wish I could play this at like 10 times speed. I mean, I can if I process the video, but not on YouTube. Wonder if there's a plugin that lets you do that. So yeah, I figured I'd join the bandwagon and live broadcast here, because we've all been looking forward to this. And a little backstory: the SN8 launch was a month or so ago, and was mostly a resounding success. It reached its target altitude. One of the engines did flame out. The flaps behaved beautifully. It pitched over into the belly flap position. It descended and very smoothly and stably, and then it did a kick maneuver at the end, oriented itself vertical, and almost landed successfully. But they did lose one of the engines, and it blew up when it hit the ground. Now, that all seemed very hopeful to those of us who have been following this journey of Starship development. But apparently the FAA had the Federal Aviation Administration, who authorizes launches and flights in the United States and for United States companies. They apparently had an issue with a couple aspects of the SN8 launch. And so the SN9 launch was, we thought it was going to happen like last week. Then it was the TFRs, or the temporary flight restrictions, which are the FAA notices to the aerospace, the airline industry, that they can't fly in a particular area at a particular time. Those TFRs for Boca Chica were removed, and it became unclear exactly what was going on. Elon Musk made a frustrated tweet about the space division of the Federal Aviation Administration, and it looked like there may be sort of an extended delay as an FAA investigation was conducted. However, just a few days later, here Tuesday, we're looking at two Starships, SN9, which is on the right, and SN10, which is on the left. And then, what is that, 12.1 or 7.1, I don't know the numbers. But anyway, a prototype tank article, which is the little shorty to the left of SN9, which they did a successful pressurization test of a few days ago. In any case, just a few days later, the TFRs were put back in place for the SN9 launch, and those TFRs encompass today, tomorrow, and the day after. 7.2, thank you. That's the name of the little short tank thing. It's kind of a mini Starhopper. But, and so Starhopper, which in your current view is directly behind the large crane, is the silver water tower looking thing with the marine radar attached to the top. That's what flew back in 2019 in their first 150-meter hop. We all probably remember that. And so that landed successfully. They kept it, and they currently use it for, well, basically as a platform on which to put antennae, so that rotating radar on the top of it is for marine traffic, for boats and stuff, I guess, so they can communicate, get out of here notices to nearby boats. I'm not sure exactly why they need a marine radar, but or marine antenna. But okay, Rockin' Robbins 13 is saying that the FAA has also released the info that SN9 is cleared for flight. So making sense of the what's going on can be a little daunting, because you've got the TFRs and the Cameron County, Texas road closure notice. Yes, do you need something, Cat? This is, oh gosh, Benu's jumping up on my desk. He may be making an appearance. I have a PredatorCam all set up if he wants to go sit in his bed, but right now he's a little antsy. He's jumping all over the place. But yeah, so we've got the TFRs and the road closure notices from Cameron County, Texas, where Boca Chica is located, which are, published and easy to find. But we also have what are they called? Operations plans from the FAA, and we have other publications. We have tweets from Elon, and in some cases we have sort of insider information that leaks out about potential launches. But yeah, so now if we fast forward to current time, so this is Bluto. He LabPadre turned the camera to watch him head off into the sunset. Okay, so if we zoom forward to the current time, here we have SN9 and SN10 on their respective launch pads. So there are 2 launch pads. And everything looks foreshortened. Everything looks squished together at this point. Like it looks like everything is basically clustered together, but that's not the case. There's some distance between these objects you're looking at, and unfortunately, like Google Earth or Google Maps, their satellite imagery of this area is still years old. I mean, it still shows just an empty field basically before any real construction had begun. And yeah, so the way LabPadre and most others indicate the status of the expected launch, because we don't have an ear on what's happening in mission control. We don't have a fly on the wall or whatever, and we don't get any official information from SpaceX about these tests, whether they be, pressurization tests or static fires or hops or flights. If they're test operations, we don't get a lot of info. They'll just say, we hope to do it no sooner than this day, and if they plan to do live coverage of it, as they do plan to for this launch, as they did with the previous launch, then they will say we hope to have, they'll say that keep your eyes open for the live stream, which will, there's no there's no warning. Basically, you're waiting and then they're live. But the way third parties such as LabPadre and others do it is they see what's going on at the pad, such as you can see the list there, road closed, which it has been for about an hour and a half, I guess. The pad is clear, ground venting, recondenser, farm venting, SN9 venting, Raptor chill, which is when you see the ring of frost around near the bottom of the rocket, and the venting from under the skirt. So if you're not familiar with the design of the Starships, you notice you don't see any engines, and that's because they are hidden under a skirt. So the stainless steel of the rocket extends down below where the engines are. And so if you look at the one on the right, SN9, the engines are actually up in there under the skirt. So the flaps actually, or the fins actually extend to the very bottom of the rocket, whereas the engines, they do too, but they're just hidden by the skirt. So you've got your canards or your nose fins, and then you've got your tail sort of fins or wings. Those don't provide any aerodynamic lift. This isn't an airplane. What they do is they provide aerodynamic control as it descends in its belly flop position. So they use the fins to control its orientation as it falls, because if it were to fall in an uncontrolled manner, it would just begin to flip and flop, and they would lose control. But they demonstrated gloriously with the SN8 launch that the fins work beautifully, and they can, they allow SpaceX to very precisely control the descent so that it's very steady and not flopping all over the place. Rockin' Robbins, they do provide lift, just not sufficient for level flight. Yes, they are aerodynamic surfaces, and they do provide some lift, and they are controllable. So you see the rear fins on the right, they look like they're sticking out more or less straight, whereas the fins on the left, on the SN10, are more folded up. So they do move, and they can move very quickly, quicker than you'd think. and very precisely to control the descent of the Starship. Now, at this point, just as a sense of to put things in perspective, the road, well, it doesn't look particularly closed, but I don't know if these are staff vehicles, if these are somehow SpaceX vehicles, or if this is just regular traffic. I mean, every single one is a truck, but this is Texas after all, so who knows. Yeah. So with these launches, there's a lot of waiting and a lot of guessing, especially if you head over to LabPadre chat or one of the other larger channels that cover these things. There's all sorts of speculation as to what why is venting happening from this place, or is that really venting, or what am I looking at? So there's a lot of guesswork that has to be done because we don't have the insider information. It would be nice if we did, even just audio from the control room, the mission control, but we do not. So we'll take what we can get. And so the way this stream will play out is when I'm done talking, because I don't plan to talk the entire time. It will be a while before this launches, because we don't yet have any tanking going on, or else you would see venting. So currently the fuel, the methane and the liquid oxygen, the liquid methane and the liquid oxygen, both cryogenic, are stored in the various tanks in the tank farm. You see the white tanks, the black tanks, and I don't know specifically which chemicals are stored in which tanks. I know they've also got nitrogen, but I don't know. I'm not a tank expert, so I couldn't tell you which things are in which tanks. But in any case, once they start loading the SN9 with fuel, you'll see you'll see venting start. You'll see a lot of venting from the tank farm, and you'll also see venting eventually from Starship itself. And and then finally, about 10 minutes before liftoff, there will be a siren that sounds. You won't hear it because unless I go live on the well, you won't hear it anyway, because even if I go live as a guest commentator on the LabPadre stream, which I did last week, you'll only hear the Discord chat, just as an agreement between their channel and mine. I don't broadcast the stream audio, just the video in a pics and pics kind of thing. So but there's a siren that sounds, and that indicates that we're within about 10 minutes of launch, but that's not going to be for quite a while. So in the meantime, looks like a beautiful day there in Texas. If we look at the weather, say weather Brownsville, which is nearby. Rockin' Robbins, SpaceX knows how to make a deep impression. I would add to that, especially if there's a RUD. They make a very deep impression indeed in the ground. So Brownsville, which is nearby here within, I don't know, 20-30 minutes drive. Currently no precipitation, clear skies obviously, and wind speed of 2 meters per second and a temperature of 18 degrees Celsius, which is fairly pleasant, I think. It's not, it's what is 18? So, Wolfram 18C to F. The conversion in my head. Where's Wally? Good to see you here. Always a pleasure. Wolfram's being a little slow, or Nightbot's being a little slow. 64 degrees Fahrenheit, so a tad bit chilly if you're from Texas or from anywhere in the South, but still pretty pleasant. All right. Dark Rhino. What is going on? Can someone explain what are those missiles? So those two tall silver objects are SpaceX Starship SN9, that's serial number 9 on the right, and serial number 10 on the left. SN9 is what we expect to be launching today, up to an altitude of 10 kilometers in height. Yeah, hopefully that goes well. Hopefully, first of all, we get to actually lift off today, because there are a lot of delays and scrubs in this business. And then once it lifts off, hopefully it is able to perform as admirably as SN8 with plus with the addition of a successful landing. Microbyte is in Titusville. Can't see anything happening. That's because you are a few hundred miles away. Let's see. Wolfram distance from Titusville to Brownsville. It's probably like 1,000 miles. Except Wolfram is British, so he's going to give me kilometers, I betcha. 1,669 kilometers. That's cool. Yeah, no, they do not contain humans. These are unmanned test flights. It'll be a while before Starship is authorized to carry humans. It's difficult to get a craft human certified, especially in the U.S. Maybe in Russia or China. I can't really speak to their qualification process, but at least here in the U.S. it's very difficult. Earn Privado, do they have FAA clearance? Word on the street is that they do have FAA clearance to lift off today, but again, not positive. Let me see if I can find the FAA. Okay. Let's see if I can find the FAA operations plans. No. That isn't okay. So here we go. 202. Operations plan number 42. No, these are not pertaining to Boca Chica. Let's try number 36. PHL, I don't know where that is. Let's try number 30. Nope. Wonder if they have a string search. Oh. So this is as of, let's see, event time 02, 1100 and later. Alright, I am not a pilot, so interpreting it here, let me show you what I'm looking at. Alright, hold on. There we go. Okay, so here we have Air Traffic Control System Command Center, the ATCSCC advisory. Advisory number 23. uh, February 2nd, 2021, operations plan, event time 02-1100 and later. I don't know if the event time is when the operations plan was let me go back one. Hold on. This is 23, looking at 23. Okay, so this was at 10:35. That was UTC. They use UTC time. So that would have been 5:35 this morning Eastern time. So this is talking about winter conditions, low ceilings. Okay. The SpaceX Starship launch is scheduled off Boca Chica with no major impacts. So that was as of 5:35 this morning Eastern time. And it's currently 12:08 p.m. Eastern time. So that was 6.5 hours ago. And if we look at the list of ops plans, so that was 23. None of the subsequent operations plans mentioned Boca Chica. So what happened before was, like last week, there was an operations plan that appeared saying that Boca Chica was ready to go, was ready to launch, or the SpaceX was good to go, and then like literally 30 minutes later another operations plan came out saying, rescinding that, saying that never mind, they aren't authorized to go. So yeah, but that's good. That means that as of the official word of the FAA, as of earlier this morning, SpaceX is authorized to lift off. All right. So, oh, here's an interesting. So, all right, Rockin' Robbins, or actually it was Where's Wally, just said, according to Walter Bislin's Advanced Earth Curvature Calculator, SN9 would have to go above 205 kilometers to be seen from 1,600 kilometers away. So let's see. That prompts me to, I actually have some Nightbot commands that could help us here. So let's see. It is horizon kilometers 10. What that'll do is it'll tell us how far away the horizon is from a height of 10 kilometers. The answer is 357.1 kilometers away. So from 10 kilometers, you can only see 357 kilometers in the distance. Beyond that, I mean, now, if there's a tall object in the distance, like a mountain, or because the Earth is not a perfectly smooth surface, it's bumpy, and it has trees and buildings and mountains. Now, you can see objects poking up above the horizon, but the actual sort of mean, mean sea level or whatever, from 10 kilometers above the ground, you can see the ground 357 kilometers away. And there's also horizon miles and horizon feet. So horizon miles, let's say 10 miles away, which is of course more than 10 kilometers. Uh, 281 miles away. Am I drinking Red Bull? No, this is Coke Zero. It's most of the flavor with none of the sugar. Trying to take it easy on my blood sugar levels. And there's also horizon feet. Let's say so from 6 feet, which is about the level of my eyes standing on the beach. Horizon feet, 6. You know what? Thank you, Scuffed. I am derelict in my duties. I should be ashamed of myself. Bennu is actually in his cat bed. And there you go. Let me adjust the image so he's not so dark. He's chilling. Chilling like the villain he is. There we go. And tilt. Cool. So yeah, there's Bennu. See people talking about ISRO, the Indian Space Agency. They do good work, but Doordarshan needs to ease up on the copyright restrictions on their official ISRO launch broadcasts, because that's not cool for an official government-affiliated broadcast agency to not allow reuse of national space agency launch footage. That's lame. Bennu is... his eyes are closed. He's sleeping. I mean, he's not sleepy. He's resting. Whatever. He could be asleep. He could be just resting his eyes. He's a cat. Yeah. Rockin' Robbins. Bennu. It took me a while to get Bennu to actually lay in his bed during a stream. He did, like, the most appearance he made during the during SpaceWeek a couple days ago was I lured him up to the cat bed with a toy, and he stuck his head up over the edge for about 2 seconds and then disappeared again. And then yesterday I tried to put Bennu up on the what stream was it? Oh, it was the spacewalk. That's what we had yesterday, was a spacewalk. And there were a couple people that appreciated it, but one guy was annoyed that I had a cat obscuring a portion of the screen. So I had to go to sleep anyway, because I had been up all night not being able to sleep. So I took Bennu away and went to sleep. All right. Replacing the bed with a laser printer would ensure he would spend more time there. I don't know, I kind of prefer the bed, but... So, any more questions about this launch or anything else? Go ahead and put them in the chat. This isn't like... I'm not really doing a presentation, as it were. I'm just kind of taking this... ad hoc or whatever off the cuff from the hip. So if you have questions, fire away. So Chris Chabot, ISRO does stream their launches, or rather Doordarshan streams ISRO's launches. So Doordarshan is a weird sort of pseudo-government or ex-government entity. It was the official government broadcast agency of India up to some years ago, and then they were privatized, but they're still sort of government affiliated, and it's not entirely clear how much autonomy they have, but they tend to be very copyright aggressive, and I just don't. I've read that their copywriting of ISRO launches is illegal because they don't have a right. They don't own the copyright on ISRO launches. So even on ISRO launch coverage that's broadcast on their network. But I reached out to ISRO via their media relations email or whatever to try to get the real word on, the official word on whether coverage of their launches can be copyright protected by Doordarshan, and I never got a response, which isn't terribly surprising, but it is what it is. So probably what I'll do for future ISRO launches is I'll go ahead and stream them like I do most all other launches, and if it gets a copyright claim, I'll just take it down, because phooey on it. I can't allow copyright claims to linger on my channel, because I risk the entire channel being demonetized for that. I don't want that. So, so that's a copyright claim. If they strike me again, then I won't do any more ISRO streams, because I can't afford to accumulate any copyright strikes. That's not acceptable. So let's see. Yep, Rockin' Robbins, thank you for reiterating our many thanks to LabPadre for allowing us to use their footage. I did see a question. Let's see. Slim Pickens, worst road closure ever. Yeah, so the timeline on the left, where it shows you the different milestone events we're looking for, that's updated by someone over at LabPadre. I don't know if that's Lab himself or one of his helpers, but yeah, sometimes it doesn't get updated in a timely fashion. Usually they're on top of it, though. Trickster, why are they not testing it to orbit? Because they aren't quite there yet. So first they have to, I mean, one of the effects of SpaceX's rapid iteration testing process is that they test things incrementally. They don't build the whole system and then test the whole system. They build part of the system, like Starhopper, or like the 7.2 test tank shorty that's sitting there, although it's not that short, really. Bear in mind that each of those starships you're looking at is 160 feet tall, which is drum roll, please. So just FYI, LabPadre and I, we have an agreement between our channels. So we sort of do cross advertising, but we can't allow third-party channels to advertise here unless they are a partner. So please do not put advertisements for other channels in this chat. Those will be removed. So 48.8 meters approximately tall for each of those starships. So it's actually not as tall as Falcon 9, but it's still pretty tall, and it's a lot fatter. So it actually contains a lot more volume. Now, Cathartic, you expressed some concerns about what I was saying about ISRO. I have no problem with ISRO. I think ISRO does great work. I've got a problem with Doordarshan because they are persnickety with their copyrighting of ISRO launch footage. It's like, what if SpaceX dinged people for reusing footage of SpaceX launches? That would be stupid. They're supposed to be, launching rockets, not guarding their launch footage. But so I have no problem with Israel. I think they're doing great work. I wish them well in their current and future endeavors. In fact, the only space entity, the only space organization or agency that I may have any issues with, I guess, would be the Chinese Space Agency, because they, their first stage boosters sort of rain down on populated areas across China, but to their credit, China is taking steps to mitigate that by adding controllable, like parachute systems to their boosters, so that they can have more control over where they come down and direct them away from populated areas, so they don't fall on top of buildings and schools and villages. But it would be nice if they were more open with their launches, with live streams and things like that. But whatever, it's a different paradigm over there, a different mindset. So the world is a diverse place. Where's Wally? Will we see a Starship to orbit by year's end? Ooh, I think that's possible. I mean, if this, if SN9 and SN10 and whatever subsequent high altitude test flights work the way they're supposed to, then yeah, I mean, the Raptor engines have been, like, their performance is great. Hopefully they've gotten to the bottom of why they lost the engine during the SN8 launch. But yeah, I think it's definitely possible we could see an orbital Starship flight by year's end, if they don't face too many more delays. But I mean, it's only barely February, so we have a lot of time left. Chris Chabot, I presume it's Chabot and not Chabot. SN9 is on the right. That's the test stand we've seen previous launches from. And then SN10 is on the left, which is a little further away. And that launch pad is the second launch pad. I don't believe we've seen that used yet. So it's important to note, as Ludicrous Speed mentions, the fact this is only part of the whole rocket, and it's almost as tall as Falcon 9. This thing is going to be a monster. That's exactly right. So the entire launch system of Falcon 9, including the first and second stages, is taller than this by maybe 50 feet or so. But Starship is only the second stage, the upper stage of the Starship system, which, so as I understand it, the name of the entire launch system is also called Starship, as well as this upper stage portion, which is called Starship, which is a little confusing. Maybe they'll come up with a different name for it at some point, but I think they should name the whole thing the BFR, because that's perfect. But in any case, yes, so this 160-foot tall, gleaming, 1950s style rocket is only the second stage. Super Heavy will be the first stage, and that's even taller. I forget exactly. I think it's like 230 feet tall, something like that. So overall, this thing is going to be taller than a Saturn V, and quite a bit more powerful. Let me see if I can find my somewhere around here. I have a spreadsheet with data about launches, Roadster. With data about super heavy or heavy launch systems and their comparative thrust at liftoff. Star anniversary. Nope, I cannot find it. Oh, you know what I'll do? I'll pull up the info for... where did I have it? I'll pull up the info for one of the Delta IV Heavy launches, because I had the information like in the video description there. I keep coming back to that one person's comment about trash-talking ISRO. Man, internet people are so ready for a fight, I swear. Just relax. We're all on the same side here. We're on Team Space. Nope, that is not Delta IV Heavy. There we go. Alright, comparison of various rockets' pound force of thrust at liftoff. So Delta IV Heavy is 2.12 million pounds force. Pounds force, I guess, would be the term. It's a weird unit, but that's what it's measured in. Falcon Heavy is 5.1 million. The Space Shuttle was 7.8 million. And that's with the 2 solid rocket boosters plus the 3 RS-25 main engines. Side note, the RS-25 engine is what is also on the first stage of the SLS, the Space Launch System that NASA's developing. And, you know, with the help of Boeing and the usual suspects. And they just attempted their first static fire of all 4 first stage RS-25 engines, which are actually flight-proven engines that have flown previously on the Space Shuttle many years ago. So these are old engines. And that test was not completed successfully. One of the engines, there was an issue with one of the engines during the test, and they had to shut it down about 1 minute after they started out of their intended 8-minute test firing. So the Space Shuttle is 7.8 million foot-pounds, or pounds force, and the Saturn V was 7.891 million pounds force. So the Space Shuttle had almost as much thrust at liftoff as the Saturn V did. The only other production vehicle that came close was the Energia rocket, which only reached orbit twice, with 7.8 million pounds force, which is equivalent to the Space Shuttle. And that had 4 RD-120 engines and 4 boosters with 1 RD-170 engine each. So that was 4 engines plus 4 boosters. But then ones that never reached orbit, the Soviet N-1 moon rocket had a theoretical 10.2 million pounds force with 30 NK-15 engines. And then systems that are currently in development, the SLS will have 8.87 million pounds force with 2 solid rocket boosters and then 4 RS-25 engines. And Starship, the second stage, will have eventually 6 Raptor engines. This SN9 test article only has 3. And it will have 2.7 million pounds force. So not nearly as much as, let's say, Falcon Heavy. A little more than half as much as Falcon Heavy, but still more than the Delta IV Heavy, which, if you recall, until Falcon Heavy launched, Delta IV Heavy was the heaviest launch vehicle in production in the world. And, you know, Obviously, Saturn V space shuttle more powerful, but yeah, both of those are long since retired. And then Super Heavy will have a whopping, which is the Starship first stage, will have a whopping 16 million pound force of thrust at liftoff with 31 Raptor engines. And I don't know if that number has changed since I wrote these down, but yeah, that's just a crazy amount of thrust. They're going to need a very rugged flame trench to redirect that thrust so they don't drill a hole through the Earth all the way through to China or whatever. Not really, I'm exaggerating, but that's just an incredible amount of thrust. Like the most powerful rocket that ever achieved orbit was the Saturn V, and that had less than half of what the Super Heavy will have in terms of thrust. It's just going to be a monster, an absolute monster of a rocket. But we're not there yet. First, we have to finish with Starship. So I have not been looking at the chat at all. Let me come back here. Okay, so just a reminder, we run a civilized ship here. There will be no bashing of countries or... I mean, I fussed about Doordarshan, but I didn't like impugn their heritage or anything. No bashing of countries or ethnicities or religions or any of that stuff. We will enforce the decency of this chat with an iron fist, because there is plenty of contention elsewhere on the web, and this is not the place for it. So if you have negative things to say, please do keep them to yourself, or we'll have to, at the very least, remove your comment, and at the most, you might find yourself unable to chat here anymore. So please follow the rules. Oh gosh, Rockin' Robbins. Given the chance, Bennu would be a... Is Bennu still there? Yeah. Bennu would be a terror in Boca Chica. I can imagine this little tabby cat running around, SpaceX personnel trying to catch him to get him off the launch pad. Oh my gosh. The image is... Nicholas, will there be a difference to the SN8 flight? So, to my knowledge, the main difference will be that it won't be quite as high as SN8. SN8 flew to 12.5 kilometers. SN9 is expected to fly to 10 kilometers, and I don't know if that's a licensing thing. It could just be, you know, FAA limitations, or if there's an engineering reason or some internal reason for flying to 10 instead of 12.5 or higher. But I'm not privy to those sort of internal details. But hopefully the main difference will be that it lands successfully, because SN8 had a bit of a RUD on landing. RUD, that's RUD, Rapid Unscheduled Disassembly. I'm pretty sure Elon didn't coin the term, but he made it, he popularized it in his rocket launch failure video a couple years ago. So... Total Recall Starship. Sure, I can go with that. I grew up watching that movie many times. the original, not the remakes. You know what? My feet are really freaking cold. I have to check the temperature here, because I'm about to turn into an icicle. Alright, so apologies if any of this heater noise comes through on the stream. I kind of doubt it will, but I need some heat on my feet. Fifth Element. I mean, so this vehicle is called Starship. Starship Troopers is a popular movie, especially with me. So, I mean, I suppose they could name a Starship the Roger Young, but unfortunately the Roger Young burned up in the movie, so maybe not. But and of course, I mentioned the movie. It was a book, and a good book, long before it was a movie. But a good point from Rockin' Robbins. None of these rockets are going to the stars anyway. They're barely poking a toe into the solar system, the big bathtub of the solar system. Calling them star anything is like calling a 1.3 megapixel camera HD. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we can aspire, but ultimately, the farthest that this vehicle is likely to take us in the future is, you know, maybe the asteroid belt or one of the moons of Jupiter or something. But definitely not going to Alpha Centauri in a Starship, a SpaceX Starship, unless they rename some future ship Starship. Raz Christafari, Cosmo Sapiens, the another channel, was just speaking of how SpaceX's endeavors unite us with a common goal far beyond the petty bickering of nonsense. Roll eyes. How smart. Bickering peeps are dumb, which is ironic because saying that people are dumb is a good way to pick a fight, but I definitely agree that SpaceX has been a great catalyst these past few years in inspiring a new generation of space enthusiasts, if not necessarily space explorers. But we all are here because, you know, we are hopeful for the future. Chris Hack, how do we find out about a countdown? So, looking at the live stream, okay. Yeah, there's no venting, there's nothing like that. I mean, I had heard somebody say 1 p.m., but I don't know if that was Eastern or Central, because after all, Boca Chica is in the Central time zone, which is 1 hour before me. I'm in Eastern. But even so, it's going to be more than an hour until anything can happen. We're still in a wait-and-see scenario. Oh, and they just turned on the pad clear check mark. So hopefully that means we're proceeding. Jeff Baker, is it foot-pounds of thrust? It's actually called pound force. It's a weird unit, but look for pound force of thrust, and you'll get a definition. I mean, I suppose I could dictate it to you, but I'm not a rocket engineer. I'm just a space enthusiast, so So I couldn't. Some of the distinctions between terms, or if there are any synonymous terms that I may not be aware of, I apologize for any gaps in my knowledge there. Okay, so I'm a few minutes behind in the chat here. I need to get caught up. Just scanning for questions. Tesla Hype subscribed. Thank you. Always good to have new subscribers. Pound foot equals pound foot pound equals pound foot equals foot pounds. Oh my gosh. Down the tubes, what is the cost of one Raptor engine? So at this point, there have been no commercial launches of Starship. I mean, it's still in development. And Raptor engine is only used on Starship, so currently. So, you know, the customer cost of the Raptor engine portion of a launch is to be determined. But as far as the development cost of the Raptor engines, obviously prototypes and early development articles are going to be a lot more expensive than once they get things down and they're able to churn these things out. But I think their goal is for the Raptors to only be a couple $1 million to produce, which seems optimistic, but you know, who knows? I mean, if they you know, nail down their production process, then and they are able to reuse them up to, as I've heard, maybe even 1,000 times per engine, then they can you know, recoup those costs and bring the costs down significantly. Good point. From Toon van der Pas. The first stage of the Soviet N1 rocket was more powerful, but the Saturn V could bring more mass to the moon thanks to the hydrogen second and third stages. Ludicrous speed with the Star Wars references. So here's a factoid that kind of blew my mind. So the International Space Station is the biggest thing we have up there by far, the biggest man-made object in space by a large margin. And we think of it as being pretty big and pretty roomy for the astronauts to float around in and do flips, and it takes them a while to float from one end to the other. And it's the, you know, often touted as being as long as a football field. That would be American football. I'm not sure what the official length of a football/soccer pitch is, but the internal breathable, like livable volume of the ISS is actually, I think, either less than or equivalent to the pressurized livable volume of Starship. It doesn't seem like it would be, because ISS is sprawled out all over the place. But the fact is that Starship has a huge volume inside. It's not all tanks. There's room in there for a lot of people and a lot of payload, which is very cool. Sujir Praveen Acharya, what is that Bennu cam? Bennu is my cat, and he is currently napping in his cat bed. So I got a slightly upgraded webcam so that I could use my old webcam for Bennu, because I thought that would be neat. It's not action-packed necessarily, but he's cute, so there you go. Chris Hack, how is Starman doing? Is he still floating around up there? Yep, Starman in Elon Musk's Tesla Roadster, which, by the way, is still attached to, bolted permanently to the Falcon Heavy upper stage, will be orbiting the sun until long after we're gone. You know, the last analysis that I'm aware of having been done on the orbital trajectory of Starman estimated that there was only a 6% chance that Starman might impact a planet in the next 1 million years. So he could be up there for billions of years. I mean, who knows? It becomes difficult to predict many centuries into the future because primarily of the influence of Jupiter's gravitational pull on everything, really. But yeah, he's still up there. He probably doesn't look quite the same as he did when he launched. I mean, I'm sure the car, you know, a lot of the materials in the car have broken down due to outgassing into the vacuum, as well as almost 3 Earth years of exposure to solar radiation, cosmic rays, and possibly micrometeoroid hits. It could have even run into something larger, though the chances of that are quite low because space is really big and really empty. But now I should note that this Saturday, February 6th, will mark the 3rd Earth anniversary of the launch of Starman. Hey, Bennu. And so that's cool. If you're not already familiar, this channel, Raw Space, we broadcast 24/7 views of Starman in his Tesla Roadster that are cleaned up replays from the day of the launch 3 years ago. But that stream is still chugging right along. So if you ever want some chill music and some friendly chat, or even just some solitude, stop by. Corbin TV, watching from Zimbabwe. Welcome to the stream. Glad to have you. Somebody mentioned that this is boring. So as is typical for space endeavors. There's a lot of worthwhile endeavors. There's a lot of waiting. A big yawn from Bennu there. There's a lot of waiting, followed by brief periods of sheer terror. It's like the Perseverance rover takes, however many months, 8 months to get to Mars, and then there's their 7 minutes of terror as they descend through the thin Martian atmosphere, while mission control listens intently for that telltale signal that they've landed successfully, because that all happens light minutes away from here, and so it has to happen automatically. The entire Mars landing process, and indeed any process on an astronomical body outside the Earth-Moon system, is too far away for live control. So they have to program the sequence of events very carefully and hope that they work, and then they hear back or they don't. So hurry up and wait. I see people saying 1 hour 45 minutes. That would put it at, and that was a few minutes ago, so about 1 hour 40, 1 hour 30, 37 minutes. That would put it at about 2:30 my time. So 2:30 Eastern time, 1:30 Boca Chica time. Chris Hack, what software do you use to broadcast? I use Open Broadcaster software, OBS. It's free and open source. It has its downsides, but it's very versatile, and it's free, which is great. But it does get glitchy sometimes. Sometimes it freezes up or whatever. But it does a pretty good job, and that's what most streamers use, is OBS. Including, I think, even like Markiplier, some of the big boys, they use the open source software as well. Our Russian friend, Era Mechanic, asked in Russian, why hasn't Starship number 10 been removed? It could be knocked over. Those two are not actually as close to each other as they look. I don't know the exact dimensions, but there's a fair distance between them. So there's no risk of SN9's launch knocking over SN10. Also, SN10 is not fueled, and it doesn't currently, I don't believe it doesn't currently contain any Raptor engines. Evgeny Monin, and the cat is a future astronaut to Mars. could be, although I think Mars may be a little further off than cat longevity would permit. But most things are possible. Sam Valashek, when KSP? Are you asking when I'm going to play KSP? So Kerbal Space Program has been out for a long time now, and it's been a staple of YouTubers such as Scott Manley and Everyday Astronaut and others. I have not played KSP yet, and I've been debating whether I should like live stream it maybe on my channel, or because I'm not really a gaming channel. I mean, I'm a gamer, sure, I play games all the time, but I do it for relaxation. So I don't know, maybe you could mention in the chat whether you think it would be fun to watch me play KSP, or as boring as watching paint dry. There's also the danger that I might get a little bit salty, because I keep it nice and clean for the channel, but games have a, especially when their things are blowing up and not doing what I want them to, I might get a little bit colorful, which would kind of be contrary to my expressed desire to keep the channel family friendly. But let me know in the chat if you think that some space gaming content would be fun to watch. MVM Motovlog Music says my SpaceX Now app says launch at 2 p.m. Eastern. I mean, those are all going to be estimates, and I think that at this point we're not seeing. I mean, we're seeing a tiny bit of venting from one of the tanks in the tank farm, but that's been going on for a while now. But we haven't seen any other progress, so I think that saying that it is likely to launch an hour from now is pretty aggressive. I suppose it's possible, but so I don't know if any of you noticed, we have a wow, I've got finger issues. There we go. Channel members are able to, which is just a small subscription sort of thing, are able to use custom emojis. We have a few custom emojis. Basically, the more members you get, the more custom emojis you're allowed to have. And we have an emoji of Bennu. We have a variety of emojis. I think, I don't know, 8 or 10 emojis. I forget how many. But they make life a little more fun. The Overlook Horizon guy isn't even streaming this today. He is probably slacking. I'm not familiar with that channel. I've never heard of it. UUZ D4s or Ooze D4s doesn't think that 10 has been cryotested yet. I don't know. I don't believe that SN10 has undergone any tests, cryogenic or otherwise, or pressure even. Like usually they start with pressure tests with like well, I guess yeah, they use liquid nitrogen, so yeah, so cryo test, pressure test, same diff. And the reason they use nitrogen is because it's not going to explode. It's not going to react with anything. And venting gobs of nitrogen into the atmosphere is going to do nothing because our atmosphere is 70 whatever % nitrogen anyway. Evan McGregor channel, I do own KSP. I picked it up during a Steam sale like a year ago. I picked up Kerbal Space Program, Space Engineers, Space Engine, and Universe Sandbox. I picked up all of them for a discount. I just haven't played any of them. So who's the slacker now? Okay, Boyka Boyka says he, and Evan McGregor say they'd like to see me play. Multiplayer KSP server? How does that work? You design rockets in tandem with other people? I don't know. Simple Planes, I've definitely not played that either. People talking about VPNs. They're not an official sponsor, and I'm not intending to, well, I suppose I am plugging them, but the VPN that I've been using for the last few years is Torguard, Torguard, but I don't use it while I'm streaming. I only really use it when, well, I only really use it sort of at tactically chosen times, like if I'm visiting a website I really, don't want snooping on me or whatever. But I don't generally run the VPN all the time because I'm concerned about performance issues. But I will say that even my work VPN that I sometimes connect to during work hours, and I'm actually taking this week off, but normally I would be during work hours right now. Even my work VPN, I have run that VPN while streaming, and it never affected the stream. It didn't have any effect at all. No lag or anything else. So that's good. Powerhouse Paper Airplanes, Rogers. Why do space shuttles always have to be, or rockets always have to be cylindrical in shape? Why can't they be somewhat flat? That has to do with aerodynamics. I mean, first of all, the most efficient, like, you don't want it to be flat, like horizontally, because that presents a blunt surface, which is going to cause more aerodynamic drag. You want it to be as aerodynamically sleek as possible. And when you're going up, you're not using aerodynamic lift to control your flight. You have your flight controls, your fins or your little canards or whatever that help to steer the rocket. But you also have your engine gimbaling to control the trajectory of the rocket. But if you were to flatten that out and make it sort of a vertical flying wing configuration, like if you took an airplane and you pointed it up vertically, put a rocket on it, I mean, the purpose for having it flattened out would be for its aerodynamic properties. And when you're traveling, when you're going straight up and you're not having to maintain lift through, the use of like the wings, like on an airplane, a cylinder with a nose cone is the most efficient shape. So, I mean, it's just the math of aerodynamics, which I'm not an expert on, but that's my understanding. Lots of comments on Bennu. I'm glad to see that. He is a very cute cat, but he he's been a bit of a challenge. I don't know if he's not feeling well or what, but he urinated on he urinated on my daughter's luggage, like her suitcase, which is weird. And then he also urinated in a pile of clothes, which is very troubling, because if he starts ruining our stuff by urinating everywhere, then it's gonna be a pain to deal with. But you know, maybe he's responding to something that he's not happy with. I'm not sure. I'll have to investigate that. But it's more work for me. That's what that means. Yep, Anton Petrov. I haven't watched any of his videos in a while, but he has a great channel. You wonderful persons, you uses Space Engine a lot for background graphics. Looks great, but takes a lot of hardware. I mean, I have a pretty robust machine. It was near top of the line when I built it back in March of last year. I actually live streamed the build of my computer. It's got 128 gigs of RAM, RTX 2080 Ti graphics, a 24-core Threadripper processor. So it's a beefy machine. But yeah, I think that pretty much any rendering engine can bog down a, like, for example, Grand Theft Auto is like what, a 8-year-old game at this point, and if I max out the settings, I can definitely tell that it's not, you know, my frame rate drops. I haven't figured out how to actually turn on the FPS number in the game yet, because it's not a big priority for me, but I actually have toned down the graphics when I'm doing critical missions, because I don't want the frame rate to interfere with my responsiveness of being able to shoot the bad guys. And that's even with this, you know, pretty powerful computer here. So Westhuizen Archives. Go to Discord's game chat. He's showing off some of the rockets in a game on Roblox right now. That's cool. I'll have to check those out later. Ross Christopher says Bennu wants pets. Thing is, Bennu's a cat, and cats are very picky. If I reach over and pet him, he will get up, arch his back, yawn, and then leave. And then you won't get to see him anymore. It's like he likes to lay between my ankles at night, but if I move my leg, he gets up and he goes away. So Jeff Baker, how old is Bennu? How old is he? I presume you mean Bennu. He was born in May. We got him in, I think he was, let's say June, July, August, September, October. Yeah, we got him when he was about 5 months old. We got him in October. Well, we got him about the same time that the Bennu touchdown occurred. So, yeah, he was born last May. So he's, whatever. I can't do math right now, but do the math. Rockin' Robbins is in Sydney, but can't find Where's Wally. I don't know if that. I'm not sure what you're referring. You're not in Australia. What are you talking about? Um, or is that the name of your town? Is Sydney? Not the Australian one. Yeah. Aki Ayu, regarding the cat urinating outside his box, being a sign that he dislikes the box. So my previous cats, they had a regular box and they would use it just fine. Bennu, he was really good about using the litter box. The thing is, he's super aggressive with the litter. He paws it all over the place and it just flies everywhere. So I tried to get a high-sided box, and that wasn't enough. He was throwing a bunch of litter outside the box every time he would go. So I actually ended up having to get a box with a top entry. So he goes in through the top of the box, which I thought was weird, but after owning, Bennu, I realized that it serves a purpose. So, but yeah, he's maybe, I don't know, maybe he's irritated with his litter box. Ooh, Rockin' Robin's gonna bake a pizza. I could really use some. Actually, I have some leftover pizza. I should heat it up. Yeah, so in this current view, on the far left, we've got Starhopper from 2019, and then we've got Starship SN9, which is a little bit in the distance, and then the 7.1 test tank, and then SN9 on the right. Okay, so at this point, I'm going to drop off and let you listen to some music. I'm gonna grab something to eat and maybe say hi to my pals over at LabPadre. So yeah, hang out and let's watch this thing unfold. I'll leave Bennu up for you. Also, the reason I don't have PredatorCam up is because, here, let me check on it. Okay, looks like it's back up here. Let me give you PredatorCam. There you go. So, a while ago, the PredatorCam video was down. So that's the thermal camera that LabPadre set up. It's like an infrared camera. So you can see as Starship is loaded with fuel, you'll see the black color sort of creep up the rocket, and you can see there in the PredatorCam view the short sort of gray-white objects on the left are the tank farm. Ooh, Ben is sneezing. And then the little flickering black part represents venting, and you can see both of the starships barely. Mostly the nose cone at the top looks like it's hotter than the surrounding air. You see the nose cone of each starship, the SN10 on the left, SN9 on the right, because they've been absorbing the sun's heat. And also at least based on appearances, the alloy of the stainless steel may be a little different in the nose cone than the body of the rocket. I'm not sure. I'm not a metallurgist, but it does look a little different. Maybe it's yeah. So yeah, I'll leave you with that, and I'll be back in a bit. If I can figure out my stuff here.
Yeah, this is quite a sight. I saw this before and was just aghast at like.
everybody. Raw Space here. So I'm going to be pulled into the LabPadre chat. So hopefully I've got the audio hooked up all right.
Welcome back, Thomas.
Yeah, so with me I have now is Raw Space, owner and commentator and just good overall space nerd like us from Raw Space, the YouTube channel. So if you can go ahead and check out his channel, it's Raw Space. Is that correct?
Yep. Either search for...
Raw's muted. Let me make sure he can talk here. There we go.
Hey, there I am. Hello. Yep, it's either you can search for Raw Space or it's youtube.com/rawspacevideos. And
Howdy.
yeah, hey, glad to be back.
Welcome, Raw.
Yeah, thank you for joining us yet again. Last time, things didn't go so well. Everything was going sideways on audio for the Starship. They kept closing the road, opening the road, closing the road. TFRs were there, they weren't there. It was just
the
all over
whole
the place.
the whole FAA thing, that was entirely my fault. I'll take it. I'll take the blame for that. Anyway,
Scotty wasn't in bed. Apparently, he didn't go to bed. That was his fault too. So
okay, so dual blame.
Yep.
But yeah, so no, so the audio thing, you didn't hear it on the LabPadre side, but my poor viewers on my side, they were getting all this weird echo. It turns out that at some point in the recent past, I had turned on like the system audio device in my streaming software, and it was feeding back into the stream. So I didn't have to rebuild my system or anything. I just had to turn off that device.
Okay. So yeah, that does throw a wrench into the works, especially when you can hear echoes and everything else. So the things that you like to talk about, I've heard in the past, is that you like old rockets, new rockets, the theory of how they work. So I guess we could jump on that, looking at kind of the Apollo of our age in front of us here compared to the Apollo era. So what stuff do you like most about the like Saturn V and kind of comparing it to Starship here?
Well, the on my own stream, I was just a little earlier. I was comparing some of the characteristics of various heavy lift systems: the Saturn V, the space shuttle, the Russian N1 moon rocket that blew up, the Buran, or Energia, and as well as the in development vehicles such as the SLS and Starship and Super Heavy, as well as Falcon Heavy. And so Starship will have, of course, 6 Raptor engines, and we'll have, let's see, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but it'll have a respectable amount of thrust, but Super Heavy, oh my gosh, will have actually more than twice as much thrust as the previous record holder for the greatest thrust in a orbital rocket, a successful orbital rocket, which was the Saturn V. And yeah, and it's important to note that these 160-foot tall, vehicles we see in front of us, which are actually somewhat shorter than like maybe 40, 50 feet shorter than the Falcon 9, these starships we see in front of us are only the upper stage. Beneath them is going to be approximately, 230 feet of super heavy booster. So the overall vehicle is going to be an absolute monster. And, whereas like the Saturn V had, 7.891 million pound force of thrust, the Super Heavy will have 16 million pound force of thrust. If those numbers haven't changed, I know the design Like, what's the current understanding of the target number of Raptor engines on Super Heavy? Because I thought
It's
it.
28 for Super
Okay,
Heavy is
so
where they're
that's a little
aiming.
less because when I got those numbers, it was like 31, so a little bit less.
Well, it's the same
But
thrust, but less engines.
oh wow, okay.
Yeah.
So it's because of their
So
engine optimization, I guess.
exactly.
But
So,
yeah, I mean, you say this is sort of the Saturn of our age. I mean, and it's really incredible to watch. Um, a brand new vehicle doing. I mean, the Saturn V was basically a large, just a really large rocket. But Starship is completely unique in that its flight profile and its capabilities aerodynamically are unlike anything that we've ever seen before, ever. I mean, rockets they thrust down and they go up and they have stage separation and and in the case of the Falcon series, the first stage boosters they land themselves, which was a an amazing new capability. Um, but here here we have the whole upper stage that it is its own rocket, uh, you know, and it's able to do the belly flop and the kickover. It's just phenomenal. Um, and it's really incredible to see, and it's awesome that it has inspired so many people to have a passion for space because uh, that's sort of been lacking for a while, is having a real, um, not even just a figurehead, but like having a source of inspiration for spaceflight and for rocketry.
it's been a while. Like basically, we lost the shuttle program. We have we basically kind of lost also the Saturn and Apollo program. With the Saturn V, they don't make those any longer. They made them. I don't know when they actually launched the last one. It was late '70s, right? Or was it early '80s when they
Um,
launched the last
was
Saturn V?
was Skylab the last Saturn launch, or because I know it was
I think so.
I think Skylab was the last Saturn V launch, and that was what 75 ish something.
Interesting. So if you could turn up your audio a little bit, I think some users are having some issues there. Um, so that's strange. Oh, actually, I'm sorry, the other way around.
Oh,
Yeah,
MIT.
I
People are
went
saying
ahead and
that
turned them down to 75%.
Oh,
I
I'm
think it's
sorry.
just for
If it needs
your
to be
side
lowered
that's
down a
turning
little
you
bit
down.
more.
I promise I'm not yelling. So if you already turned me down, am I at a good volume now?
It
Okay.
sounds good to me. I just saw a couple of users that were in the YouTube chat that were saying that the guest speaker's a little bit loud, so I turned it down a little bit. But
Oh, you mean
yeah,
you
I
turned
don't
it
know.
down on your side? Here,
Yeah,
let me
in
adjust
Discord,
my.
if you change it, it's just for you that you turned it down, Connor. So you can hear him a lot less, but everybody else, it's still the same audio.
Oh, I thought if you did it within the voice, it changed it for everybody's.
No, unfortunately
Oh,
not. It's
okay.
it's not how that particular part works in the Discord area that we're in. So
It'd be nice if it could.
yeah,
Okay, so I turned myself down to 75%. How does that sound?
sounds pretty good.
Sweet. Because I don't want to blast anybody's ears out.
Yeah. So we're kind of going through just talking about the different parts of how the space shuttle is no longer with us. The Saturn V is no longer with us, and this is basically the newest generation. We had the Falcon 9, and it's still going. It's still just an amazing system. People, every time they see it land, they're still just aghast if they haven't seen this before. That wow, that's a rocket landing. They can do that. So now we're looking at Starship and going through and trying to land SN9 today. So hopefully that'll happen soon. But things look like they're still just in the station keeping mode now at this point. I think they started chilling some stuff down, but I don't see any more venting, so that's kind of paused there. So it looks like they're on hold. But yeah, so on the Saturn V here, um, they the thing I wanted to actually ask that well, actually Connor can probably ask the question a little bit better. Is something about the flight profiles. So there were some questions about that he could probably ask there. Connor, you there? Yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry.
so we see that obviously Starship being in its development stage is doing some interesting things, which a lot of people didn't expect initially with the first launch, how they went and staged out each engine and cut them off in order, and then once they reached apogee, it was sort of at a hovering state. This was something that a lot of people didn't expect, and I saw different users had telemetry up, and it was completely off because they had expected 3 engines to fire and let it coast to apogee and have a much shorter flight. So with the Saturn V, I mean, there's a lot of different things that they had to do back then with a lot less computer power. There's so many different things they probably had to look at with the flight profile, and with something like the Saturn V in its mission, which was extended greatly past what SN9 is going to possibly do today. I'm curious to hear what your knowledge is on what Saturn V and what its flight profile was back in the day.
So the moon, obviously the moon missions extended a fair bit beyond the 10-kilometer altitude that SN9 is expected to reach today, or the 12.5 that SN8 reached previously. But for the moon missions, what they did was they would launch into an orbit around the Earth at, I don't actually recall what the orbital altitude of the Apollo, the initial Earth orbit was, but from an Earth orbit, like let's say they launched up to low Earth orbit, like the ISS, and the ISS is actually in a fairly low Earth orbit, but underneath most satellites. But from there, they did what they call the translunar injection, where they would perform a boost on the I don't remember if it was the second stage or the third stage, but whichever stage they had, they would perform a boost while in Earth orbit, which would then arc it into a trajectory toward the moon, and then they would do the lunar injection orbit, which would circularize the orbit around the moon once they got there. And what's interesting is, like, in order to take off a large vehicle like the Saturn V from the Earth, you need a huge amount, or rather, in order to launch the upper stages off the Earth, you need a enormous vehicle. You need a huge first stage. And but once you get up there, you don't actually need a huge amount of thrust in order to achieve significant delta V, or in order to make large changes in your trajectory. Once you're out of the Earth's gravity well, I mean, it really is a well. It's like you have to crawl out of the well, and then you can, sort of move around more freely. So, if you think back to the Apollo missions, they had the command and service module, and the lunar module, the lander. The lunar module or the ascent module would blast off the lunar surface, then rendezvous with the command and service module, and then with that small craft, they would then be able to, leave lunar orbit and do I don't remember if they called it a trans-Earth injection, but basically the same maneuver in reverse, where they would thrust to exit lunar orbit into a trajectory that would take them back to a low Earth orbit. Actually, I think they didn't orbit the Earth on the way back. They just went straight for landing. But they would bring them back to Earth, and they were able to do that with this very small command and service module craft, because they weren't crawling out of that well of gravity, which is the Earth. So I just find that interesting, that you can get to the moon, but you need a huge rocket, but you really don't need much of a rocket to get back to the Earth from the moon.
Yeah, part of that I've heard is that the moon's gravity is very lumpy. So staying in orbit around the moon, for instance, you can't stay there. Is that right?
Yeah, the moon's gravity is uneven, and there are relatively stable lunar orbits, but they are not equatorial, and all of the Apollo missions were they went into orbit around the moon in the equatorial region, and they landed in the equatorial parts of the moon, whereas in future missions like Artemis and I think the Chinese and other missions are focused more like at the South Pole, because there's interest in the shaded craters there where there may be permanent water ice that has not been sublimated due to exposure to solar radiation, um, and so on. But yeah, so staying in orbit around the moon is difficult and requires, I guess, ultimately it requires more fuel, because you have to make you have to make thrust corrections for the perturbations in the moon's gravitational pull.
That kind of brings us back to the water ice you're mentioning here. It's also a good reason to go back to the moon, because you said right before that it's easy to get off the moon, but if you want to do stuff with the moon, you need that water ice. So what can you do with that water ice?
Well, not being a chemist, but having, uh, sort of having had an interest in exploring, the solar system, and in these missions that we've been doing to Mars and the Moon. I mean, you can turn water. I mean, you can turn, well, ice is water, right? It's solid water. You can turn water into oxygen. You can turn water into fuel. Um, just like on Mars, they're looking to turn the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere into, like carbon dioxide. You have carbon and oxygen. They're turning that into fuel. Um, and so, yes, where there's water, you can uh, establish a a lunar outpost with agriculture. You don't need to necessarily source your water from the Earth. And even though, like for example, on ISS, um, they reuse all of the water that they can. They have a very efficient um, um, water reuse system. I mean, the moisture in the air, the reclaimed water from their waste products, they reuse all the water they can. And actually, here's an interesting factoid on the ISS. They actually manufacture some of their breathable air from water that they bring up with them, because it's more efficient to send oxygen up in the form of H2O than it is in the form of gaseous oxygen. And so yes, where you have water, you can have life, and you can much more easily establish a foothold. You can drink it, you can, take showers with it, you can make fuel out of it.
So I mean, if you're making fuel out of it, that means you can also take the cargo or things that are on Mars itself, and make, the number of rock samples that you bring back from Mars from the Apollo era looks like just a couple of pebbles in perspective. So that's huge.
Oh yeah.
What you do with those and what you want those for is up for the questions. But what would you go for on the moon in particular, or what would be the main drive for going to the moon in your opinion?
Well, one great use for them. I mean, I'm not sure that the moon has. Oh dear me! I need to protect my sandwich. Hold on. Yeah, Bennu.
That is very important.
Bennu, my cat, is going for my tuna sandwich. So,
Oh no.
yeah, Bennu's named after the asteroid that we just visited a few months ago. But so I'm not sure that the moon has many materials that would be terribly useful to us here on Earth. I mean, there's helium-3, but which is usually the one that people mention. Obviously, we have water in abundance here. We certainly wouldn't need any of the moon's water here. But the most precious things that the moon has that we do not is, or rather are, a pristine environment that has not been polluted, that we can research to learn more about our early solar system, because after all, the theory is that the moon is essentially part of Earth that was blasted away in the early solar system by a Mars-sized body that impacted the Earth. And whereas on Earth we have plate tectonics and we have weather, we have this thick atmosphere, and it constantly erodes and wears down, the surface of the Earth, and the surface of the Earth's constantly being, churned up and turned over by the plate tectonics. So, for example, meteor craters, we don't have very many visible meteor craters. That's not to say that the Earth hasn't been smacked by a lot of space rocks. It's just that the craters have been, worn down and grown over and have disappeared over the eons. And the second thing that the moon has that we don't have on Earth is radio silence. The Earth, first of all, lack of atmosphere, but also radio silence. The Earth is very noisy, and so we have atmosphere and we have radio flux from our own civilization that interfere with both visual and radio astronomy. And so if we were able to establish some astronomy outposts on the far side of the moon, I won't say dark side because it's no darker than the near side of the moon, it's just on the far side away from us that we don't see, they would be shielded from Earth's radio emissions. They'd still be subject to cosmic emissions and the solar emissions, but they would be shielded from Earth, and they would be, they would have clear skies. There's no atmosphere there to interfere with astronomy. So it would basically be
best weather of all.
Yeah, it would basically be a location where we could build like the biggest, telescope, while at the same time, like we could build a big telescope in space, but that's going to be hard to get to. It's going to be hard to service. It's going to be expensive to service. Whereas if we were to have a telescope on the moon, we have the lower gravity, so we can build a bigger telescope. And if we're on the moon anyway, then we can be right there to do first-hand observations with the thing and whatever servicing it needs over the years.
That is really cool. So you basically branched off onto several different subjects. So going backwards, we talked about radio silence. That's a huge position. Helium-3, briefly touched on that. So helium-3 is great for an energy source, possibly. Hasn't been proven yet, but they have very little of it to work with, so they can't really prove it yet. Then there was basically the I'm missing the other. Oh, the water ice for the fuel. So you can do that on the moon as well. But yeah, resource mining, you can do a little bit of that, but not much. There's not really any resources besides like helium-3. I'm missing one. The other one you touched on.
Astronomy?
Astronomy, but yeah, that's the radio silence. But yeah, that one's huge. So would you take it into a crater as well, so that it's kind of like a parabolic shape, so that you can get even better signal?
Yeah, I mean, Arecibo Radio Observatory, which was recently lost as it collapsed, was our best. I mean, China has built a larger radio telescope, but it's not capable of transmitting. Whereas the Arecibo radio telescope is actually capable of both receiving and transmitting. And so it was our biggest and best two-way radio telescope in the world, and we now no longer have it. It's destroyed. And it was built into a natural sinkhole, I guess, in Puerto Rico. Now, like I said, most of our craters on the Earth are eroded and worn down. We have Meteor Crater in Arizona, which is pretty well preserved, but I'm not advocating that we should turn that into a radio telescope.
Oh, well, that was the third one I was missing. It was the historical sense of the geology and understanding the moon that you talked about. And yeah, you don't want to ruin Meteor Crater. We don't have many of those here on Earth.
Yeah, but on the moon, obviously, there is a great abundance of craters, and in pristine condition because they haven't been eroded. So now, I mean, there's the question of how how sturdy are those craters? Like, if we start building stuff around them, are they going to crumble or whatever? Because the lunar regolith, I mean, you've got this powder on top, and then you've got this jumble of like broken up breccia or busted up rocks that have been subjected to eons of bombardment by meteors underneath. So yeah, I'm not sure about the stability of the lunar soil for construction, but yeah, there's definitely a lot of parabolic shaped craters that we could use to you know as a
Well, just
radio dish or whatever.
yeah, you just lay the materials you need down for receiving and bouncing the signal back towards the parabolic center, so to speak. And I mean, that's a really good idea. I'm all for that. It's like Arecibo is an amazing system. It should be replaced. And it's the same thing on the moon. It's like if you could do it on the moon as well, that would be the best, because you have that radio silence as you spoke about. You have the conforming craters. You have a lot of resources that you could possibly use on the moon as well. But it's kind of hard to do a lot of resource management with a place that it's not really piled. Life is nice and tidy in a way. It likes to pile things in different layers and different places. Whereas the moon, it's kind of here and there and everywhere. So it's kind of spread out. It doesn't have those geological or biological processes going on, as you mentioned.
Yeah, yeah, and there's no current volcanism on the moon, but there definitely was in the past. I mean, the mare, the seas that we see, the dark patches on the moon that we see, that form the face, the man on the moon. Those are basically lava fields from the deep past, basically from the early solar system, where they filled in with lunar lava, and but that's not happening anymore. So just like the magnetosphere on Earth, we have this nice protective planetary magnetosphere due to the rotating iron core of our planet, molten iron core of our planet. Whereas on the moon, you have pockets of magnetism, and the same on Mars. Mars has pockets of magnetism, but there's no planetary magnetosphere, which is in fact quite probably the main reason why Mars does not still have a thicker atmosphere, because it's been blown away over the eons by solar radiation, stripping it away, because the ionized radiation particles were not deflected by a planetary magnetosphere.
Now, so part of that is, so there is basically, as you said, a little bit of magnetism, but it's not at the poles. It's just here and everywhere. It's just so random and chaotic. It doesn't actually do anything. And it's basically just kind of like if I imagine it right, it looks probably more like a hairball than anything else, as far as just basically at the very surface of the planet itself. It's just that small little bit of magnetism, but it's not deflecting it off the atmosphere. So some of the volcanism that they've talked about in the past, I think it was like Olympus. I think that might be part of the reason why it no longer has a stable core and magnetic shield, so to speak. So is that something that you've also heard about or looked at as well?
Is the theory that that Olympus Mons and the Tharsis, the Elysium Mons and Arcia and Pavanis. I'm sorry, Elysium is elsewhere on the planet, but whatever the third Tharsis volcano is the theory that because of the intense volcanism from those volcanoes, that it like basically drained the core of its molten material. I haven't really heard much about that.
I wasn't hearing like it was draining. It just disrupted the core itself in some way. So if you've watched the movie The Core, that was
Yes.
the most unscientific movie at all. But the only thing that might be close on is that the core was destabilized on Mars somehow with those volcanoes. That it's not that it ejected all the magma. It's just that it's such a lopsided shape on the planet that things got disrupted. Uh, so yeah,
It's possible, although uh, it's important to note that, I mean, lopsided in quotes. I mean, planets are still, if you reduced a planet to the size of a beach ball, it would still be like the smoothest thing ever. So even something like the Tharsis Bulge or the Hellas Basin, which is a huge impact basin on sort of the other side of Mars from the Tharsis Bulge, um, are still, compared to the size of the planet, they're not that significant. But when you're talking about the the diameter of the planetary body versus the height of a volcano.
yeah.
Um, but yeah, I don't know. It's all interesting to hypothesize about. Um,
Do you hope it's proven one day with something using like getting people there with Starship and getting to the moon and getting to Mars and
oh,
exploring
absolutely.
these
I mean,
geological questions?
like sometimes people question the value of pure science and the value of researching the deep past. Like, what does it matter where we came from, or what does it matter how these things formed? But I mean, it does matter. It's important to. Um, I don't know. I don't know if I'm prepared to explain exactly why it's important, but it is. I mean, it's like
It's
it's
important to
not as
know
if.
why things happened and how it fits into the universe that we know. Otherwise, if we don't question those things, we don't understand our own place. We think we know, but then we don't know if we
I
don't
mean, it's just
answer those
kind of a core
questions.
value. Like, do you value scientific knowledge? Is it important to explore the reality of the universe in which we live?
Mhm.
And those of us who are fans of science would say absolutely yes, a resounding yes. Is it important to try to figure out, how the cosmos began? Yes, absolutely. Is that going to help us in the future? Who knows? But I mean, knowledge of how things work is why we are where we are. I mean, the desire to understand, uh, how the world works and how physics works, et cetera, et cetera. That's why we have a modern civilization and why we're not still rubbing rocks together, in a cave.
Rubbing rocks together in the cave was actually probably one of the first scientific processes. Oh, something happened. Let's see if it
That's
happens
right.
again. Ah, yes, it happened again. There we go. It doesn't work with this rock, so only these rocks it works with. So yeah, that's cool. So yeah, the Starship itself. Do you think that it will be the first one, or do you think that there will be a other option like SLS or other rockets that will be going to the moon or going to Mars first?
Well, so at this point, um, at this point right now, we're basically looking at Starship versus SLS, because SLS is well, is well on the road to um, being ready to launch. And I mean, even though they had an engine issue with the last static fire test a couple weeks ago,
Hmm.
but if they can get past that, and I haven't actually heard much of any news about the Orion crew module, but there's a lot of systems that still are pending in order for a manned Artemis moon mission to take place. Um, which have the potential to cause additional delays, which is worrying. Whereas, like for example, Starship, you basically have Starship.
Yeah.
You have Super Heavy, you have Starship, and then Starship would land you on the moon, and Starship would get you back home, which is actually a much simpler uh, overall system design. Now, there are a lot of elements to that which have not been tested, like, um, for example, the canards and the fins on Starship aren't going to do anything on the moon. There's no atmosphere. So, your approach to the moon is going to be is going to have to be handled entirely with thrusters. And so you're going to need enough fuel, both to, for the translunar injection and for the lunar orbital insertion, the descent, the ascent, and the return. You're going to need all that fuel contained within that Starship vehicle. And so, I mean, I presume that the experts over at SpaceX have run those numbers and done the calculations and determined that it's possible. But also remember that in their original system designs, their intention was to be able to refuel it on orbit. So maybe they plan to have a lunar orbiting refueling outpost or a Starship to Starship sort of refueling depot around the moon that would then, be able to replenish Starship's fuel for the return trip. There's lots of possibilities when you have sort of a jack of all trades modular sort of, system that can do multiple things.
The only thing that's the master of is massive payloads into orbit. That is the jack of all trades, but it is the master of one trade, which is massive orbital payloads, or even itself as far as getting fuel to hit using multiple systems. So that's just kind of one thing that it's interesting to see how the different things are specialized. So SLS, you're mentioning that it is a very specialized system. It's got really kind of one purpose so far. They have to build each individual section into that purpose. So I think they've got SLS and then SLS 1B, which would be the bigger version that allows more payload and other basically objects to go instead of just the Orion capsule, or maybe the Orion capsule to Mars, or those kinds of things.
Yeah, and the SLS design, it's basically repurposing legacy hardware, and I mean they're definitely they're building new systems as part of SLS for sure, but it involves a lot of repurposing legacy hardware, like the redesigning the space shuttle external fuel tank and literally reusing space shuttle main engines. And it's basically taking legacy systems and legacy infrastructure for building those systems and trying to repurpose it for a new purpose. Whereas Starship, and it's not intended to be like, if I understand correctly, there are a limited number of SLS vehicles that are even possible to be made, because they're going to run out of the legacy hardware. And I don't think it's the intention for SLS to be, sort of the be-all, end-all of heavy lift vehicles into the future, because, like you say, it's a very narrow purpose. And once they're done with them, they're done. They're not reusable. They're those engines that already flew on the space shuttle, those RS-25 engines, they're going to be discarded after each launch. They're just going to.
Yeah, and that's kind of a sad shame. It's like these went to space, and those were used over and over again. That is one of the sad shames about the SLS, is that it's taking these amazing engines, which otherwise would just sit in some museum, but actually repurposing them. And so there's some sentimental value in them, but not
sure.
too much. So it is kind of interesting. There is this dissimilar, dichotomy between SLS and what Starship is doing. Two completely separate and radically different design philosophies. So it is cool to see, as well as in the Starship program itself. We are seeing each vehicle is very different, but it's Achilles' heel as well as its greatest strength. So we don't know if this particular part will fail because it's new to the system and the system wasn't designed properly around that part, or vice versa. So there's always something changing on each vehicle. We can see just little things, usually nothing big, but then some of the bigger ones we've seen more recently. We have a nice, looks like a flat structure appearing for a dome for the bottom. I think it's actually not going to be exactly a dome. I think it's just going to be going with thrust puck for the Super Heavy. So that vehicle itself, as I mentioned, it's got the 28 Raptor engines, and it is, what was the power on that one? I don't remember. It was something staggering comparing it to the I'm sorry, not the SLS, the Saturn V. What was the pounds of thrust that you had?
So we're looking at about 16 million pound force of thrust for Super Heavy, compared to 7.891 million for Saturn V, and I think about shoot, let me get the number for. I think I actually have it up here.
7.89 is Super Heavy's first stage. That's what I've got. I think we're looking for the Saturn V number.
Yeah, the Saturn V was 7.891 million. And
wow, they're right next to each other then.
Really?
On the first stage, yeah.
Okay, so if you have 7.89 for Super Heavy, then that's much less than the 16 that I read about previously. I mean, it's still no slouch, but you know.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, there is 16 million. I'm sorry. I was looking at the gross mass.
Oh.
Yeah. So I'm looking at the Wikipedia article, just double checking that, and yeah, it is 15 million pounds of thrust, but that's in parentheses because it's not exactly yet happened. We have to have that happen before we get to that point. I've tried with the 28 Raptors, tried to configure it. It needs one less Raptor or something, or put the two of the Raptors in the very center and not gimbal them at all. It's a very strange engine configuration. Trying to do 20 at the skirt, around the skirt, or no skirt at all, and just have the Raptors hanging out.
And just for comparison, we were talking about.
They have some venting on SN9, I think, unless that's just a reflection again.
There has been a bit of ground venting going on PredatorCam. If you look on the side there. Not too much, but just a slight amount. And I do have to shout out one super chat we just got in from Gary McDermott. He said he gave us $25 and said, "You're my favorite SN9 unless you land like SN8. Then all my love goes to SN10. Now get to it."
That's so cool. Do you want to go through and get the other super chats we have in here as well?
Yeah, I will pull this up real quick.
And I guess a quick shout out to our other sponsors while you're doing that. So we have our sponsors, Sapphire Condominiums, East La Grande Beach Resort, Pearl South Padre, which are the finest accommodations on South Padre Island. We also have the wonderful city of South Padre Island for their extended support of LabPadre. We also have Lorda Corp Realty, In It Weather, and can't forget John Heyman, one of our big sponsors. Again, thank you so much for that donation earlier today, John. And
so, yeah, and this message is specifically to my Raw Space viewers. Thanks for sticking around. I'm not sure if they'll have more questions for me on LabPadre, but I just wanted to welcome you to the stream if you're new to it, and thanks to LabPadre for both the views that we see here, as well as the inviting me as a guest speaker, because it's always fun. Anyway.
Because, yeah, it takes usually 35 minutes.
Normally I don't feature the lab audio, just FYI. Normally I don't feature the lab audio on my streams, but because I'm actually currently actively in the guest speaker lounge, I can do that for you. I'll wait till they're done with their donation stuff.
V or other crewed rockets like the space shuttle ever had a flight termination system or anything like that?
Ooh, FTS on a manned mission.
Yeah.
That's that's dramatic. I mean, I don't actually know. Like, for example, I mean, they have their launch escape systems. Like on the Saturn V, you have the escape tower, which is that sort of scaffolding at the nose of the rocket, which has thrusters that carry it up and away. Oh, excuse me. On Crew Dragon, you've got the Super Draco thrusters that carry it up and away from the rocket. And I don't specifically know if the Saturn V had a flight termination system, but I kind of think it maybe did. But yeah, I don't know for sure.
I had something on the boosters, because I do remember they hit a button at once for Challenger to remove the boosters from continuing on what they were doing. But I don't remember seeing them pushing a button, but I just remember hearing something about them pushing a button to end the flight of the boosters, because they were basically flying wild.
Like a disengage O-rings button or something.
Yeah, well, at least for the second one. Yeah, there was something about the second booster that they had to basically hit a button to make sure that was no longer a potential threat, and that was away from most of the debris when they hit that. But that's just what I recall. I don't remember if there's any other systems. I do wonder if they do have that on the Falcon 9, or if it's just on the, let's say, the uncrewed versions. So the crewed versions don't have it, maybe, but the booster maybe has it on all of them. It's just only activated manually or at certain times when it's like way out of bounds.
So I have some interesting information on what they did with the space shuttle, actually, as far as flight termination. So there was an Air Force officer who was responsible for having the flight termination system on a pair of switches, and basically he waits anxiously for the first 2 minutes, and if a spaceship was to veer off of course and enter an endanger a populated area, that he would have to hold that responsibility of destroying the shuttle and the boosters, which is where the charges were. But yeah, they had that a manual switch back in the day.
Oh wow! So there was really a guy with the button for those particular launches.
Yeah.
Oh,
and
so
I had heard this before when you guys were
more venting.
I just wanted to verify it, but I looked up this article here, and yeah, it was a Air Force officer who had to make sure it didn't go over a neighborhood. Oh my god, could you imagine being that guy?
Oh man, that's like the worst responsibility ever. It is literally the trolley problem. So the trolley problem is you have people on a trolley. You can basically throw them off a cliff essentially, or you switch the track to like throw them off the switch, or basically they die, or the people that you have to switch it to in order to save like one person or something like that. There's like this interesting question. It's like
do I end these 3 lives, or do I take out Titusville?
Yeah, do I say, and like it by my inaction, there's been experiments done more recently, I think, on whose YouTube channel is that? Michael here, Vsauce, but it wasn't Vsauce, it was Mind something. But yeah, it's basically a very interesting question, and these are questions that they're asking themselves right now in the automotive industry as well. Like, okay, how do you tell your system which way to go if you have multiple pedestrians and you have to figure out where to go? Do you stay on track, or it's like, oh, I see people, it's automatically you always hit the brakes, but you might not be able to make it in time. So there's all these weird questions that are coming up in that industry. Man, that is some good venting off the fuel farm. We are really in full swing here. So I want to see the Starship venting as well. So there's just a few other steps. So there probably won't be a physical siren. We might get one from Lab. So he's off at Raptor Roost. It's about 2.38 miles away from the launch here. So he's probably one of the closest people in the world to the launch site. Maybe the closest people will be actually the SpaceX workers themselves. So this will be quite a fun ride for them as well. But yeah, so we do have some of those super chats. Let's go back to those and clear those.
Okay. I'll leave you with some music here while we're waiting.
That doesn't make sense. But yeah, I have to go through all that real quick in my mind. But yeah, so yeah, that would be amazing to see. Oh, we've got more venting. Looks like
SN9 looks to be venting a little bit.
Yeah. Is that an engine chill? No, that's... Oh, maybe.
That's interesting venting, for sure.
Yeah. All right, let's go through and get some more of these super chats while we still can.
towards the bottom, and that looks like it is one of those engine chill vents off to the side a bit.
Yeah, got her waving her arms up and down, going, "Yes, yes, it's happening!"
I'm excited. I'm so excited.
I do also
I got my
want to
SpaceX hat on and everything.
I do also want to interject real quick that the winds are still picking up. We had a little bit of a gust here, probably about, I don't know, 18, 19. It's now coming out of the west-southwest or possibly the southwest, something like that. Hopefully that doesn't cause any issues.
Yeah, I saw a gust going up to 14 miles an hour about 2 hours ago from your tower. So it's still pretty low in that area, but you got probably the biggest gust. So that's pretty good. It's still that upper level winds. Do you have that that chart for the upper level winds and seeing what it says right now?
Yeah, let's see what we got here real quick. Yeah, upper level winds are still at about 60, 50, 60, 70. They're at 70 right now.
Okay, that's still pretty good. I mean, it's
Yeah.
it's not zero, which would be really bad in the weather sense, but also really good for a SpaceX sense.
So I guess they're not going to be evacuating the Stargate area. We haven't seen any mass exodus yet.
Yeah, so that's something we were kind of taking a guess on before. So with SN8, they evacuated everything except the Stargate building and where you're at, basically. Those are the two closest areas. So the Stargate was closer than where you're at, but that was something we were thinking maybe that's what the FAA was talking about. There might be multiple things that they were having issues with, and they're always working with them. But it may be that they said, well, it actually would probably be a better idea for safety to leave several employees here, a skeleton crew of volunteers, versus going through and trying to do this at a remote facility in Brownsville or something like I was thinking that they would do. So that would happen.
Yep. So you may hear Bennu in the background. So they occasionally drop a question for me, so I don't want to just continue broadcasting their commentary unless they're pulling me into it. So let's see. Raw Rave. So yeah, Rockin' Robbins, I sometimes, because if I'm like, I can't listen to my own stream without being very confused, because I'll be hearing my own voice. So, and it'll be delayed because of the YouTube buffer. So I've got to monitor the levels instead, and sometimes I forget to turn the music down because the music is ducked. Like the music will automatically lower its volume based on my voice, but it's not listening to the Discord voices. So Thomas and Connor over at LabPadre are the two voices you were hearing. The main voice was Thomas. And so Chris, yeah, in answer to your question, I was guest commentating over at LabPadre for a while. I'm still in there, so I currently have them muted so you don't hear them. But yeah, Microbyte, did you hear my you must have heard my comment about Titusville. Yeah, so FYI, when we get within a few minutes of launch, SpaceX will be going live, and at that time I will switch this stream over to the live SpaceX broadcast, and you'll be able to watch that here, which would be like any other launch. So we're looking at LabPadre's view right now, but once SpaceX is about to launch, they will go live, and I will bring that to you. And I'll have to keep my eye on Twitter for that announcement, because that's where they let us know that the stream is live. So, okay. So looking again at the FAA's operations plans. Let's see. I'm sorry, I'm here. What was the question again?
Oh, sorry. The question was so for loading procedures for other vehicles, what are the more interesting ones that you can think of or you might know of?
Like fuel loading?
Yeah. I've heard a few of them, but I wanted to get your perspective on it.
Well, fuel loading for SRBs is pretty straightforward because they roll it out to the pad with the fuel already in it, polymerized solid rocket fuel or whatever. But I actually am not intimately familiar with a lot of the fuel loading procedures aside from what we hear explained to us during the many launch streams, because for the last couple of years I've streamed almost every rocket launch that can be streamed, and so I mean the general, like for example for a manned flight, they don't move people around while fuel's being loaded. I mean they put the crew on, like for example in Crew Dragon, they put the crew in there, and then they load the fuel, and if they have to scrub for the day, as they did with the Crew 2, I'm sorry, the Demo 2 Bob and Doug flight, the first time they were scheduled to launch, they had to scrub. They actually have to defuel the entire rocket before the crew can leave the rocket. So they basically considered it to be a wet dress rehearsal where they simulate launch without launching. But like comparing different rockets, say Delta versus Falcon versus SLS or whatever. I don't have a lot of details there.
The one story that I've heard, maybe you can say if this is true or not, that the Saturn V, that there was just RP1 and then they fueled it up and it would just sit there for months, filled with RP1. Is that something you've heard as well, or could rebut or rebut? I can't remember what that word is.
Refute?
Yes. Sorry.
Reboot. Yes, I can reboot.
Yes, reboot it.
That sounds like something that they would have done in the 60s. That sounds like something that you couldn't do today, because I mean I would think you'd have some separation of the because kerosene, it's refined fuel. It's not like like oxygen is just oxygen, right? Hydrogen is hydrogen, but kerosene is a refined fuel product like gasoline that is subject to chemical changes over time and through temperature fluctuations which happen day and night or whatever, and that would be a potential safety concern if your fuel is all if you have like basically a film of goop at the bottom of your fuel tank that's settled. And I'm not aware that they have like a stirring mechanism in those tanks. So,
I think in Apollo 13 they said something about stir the tanks, and he stirs the tanks, and then it goes.
Well,
wrong.
that was what was the oxygen tank, wasn't it?
Yeah, probably. I don't know why you'd need to stir it. Is it like forming ice crystals or something like that in the tank?
Well, it could have been. I'm not super well versed in the Apollo 13 story, but one consideration you have to take in space is that you're basically in 0G, and your fuel is not automatically gravitationally pulled to the bottom of your tank, which is why they sometimes have to do a little kick boost to get the fuel down into the bottom of the tank. And the stirring of the oxygen tank or whatever it was in Apollo 13 may have been related to that, to getting the fuel down where the fuel intake lines are located or whatever.
Yeah, it's also good. Somebody just told me that it might be from thermal stratification affecting capacity. Thank you, Har. One of our assistants mentioned that to me, and I'm like, oh, that makes sense. So that's another reason to do it. So yeah, you need to basically go. Yeah, you need to move the fuel to that downward position, as you're saying. But in order to just get a measurement, that's maybe what was going on with Apollo 13. They just needed a measurement.
And if you watch very many like Falcon 9 launches, occasionally, every once in a while, you'll see a split-second view, like maybe a couple seconds, of actually the inside of the oxygen fuel tank, which is really cool. Like, and they must have a light in there because, otherwise, why would you be able to see inside the tank? But yeah, they actually have a camera inside the fuel tank that every once in a while we get to see just a couple seconds of footage of. It would be really neat sometime if they were to publish like a longer video of what the fuel tank looks like, because the movement of the cryogenic oxygen fuel is, or any liquid really, in.
Well, yeah. Speaking of which, on SN9 in particular, they have something that's a new oval shape, and I've taken the guess that they have a camera on that oval shape. It's basically, if you look at SN9, you see the LOX vents basically are in the middle of the vehicle, and just one ring down to the left, you have this oval shape, and it has what appears to be two sensors of some kind. So one would be a camera with maybe a light on it. I think that's the one on the left-hand side, and then the one on the right is probably pressure and maybe another kind of camera. I'm not exactly sure what the sensor packages are, but I think one of them has to be a camera, because there's no other cameras visible, at least on the outside of the vehicle, and that would make sense to just stick them on right there. So we might get to see, if we're lucky, during the hop, a inside look of the fuel tank, or the LOX tank specifically, while it's going up.
Yeah, we were observing that a couple weeks back and looking at that little package of what we saw could have been a camera or sensors, and we've seen that on there in previous SN8, I believe, but we just we don't know if they released that feed, so it would be awesome if they had that on there for this one.
And let me take a look again at SN8. So I've got a bunch of pictures I'm just going through, making sure, like, which one's which. Okay, that's SN8, that's SN9. Figuring out which part has the particular oval. I don't think SN8 had that. I'm zoomed in on every image I have of the surface of it, and there is nothing there. So it was basically with SN9 going forward that they have that oval sensor package. Looks like they have some stuff, and I can hear some more venting on the launchpad cam. So that's a really good sign. But yeah, so another part is Har has mentioned as well to me that after the 13th launch of Apollo, that they basically lived with inaccurate readings for the O2 tanks because they didn't want to risk it again. So we do have some more super chats that we can go through as well again. So let's see, we have from, I think it's Alexander Subsync. He says the FTS was armed on the Falcon 9 Crew Dragons, and that's what we really when we're talking about the FTS system. So that's quite interesting. Then we have Luke 990 who donated 100 check without a message. So throw in a question for us. We'd love to answer it for you. Gabriel Soslinski says if SN9 chance that it could affect it, or it would blow up. What's the chances if you have a crystal ball, so to speak?
I do, in fact. So it's difficult to tell from this view the layout of the facility. Like, I know that the view is foreshortened. We're zoomed in from a distance, and we're looking at things sort of edge on. And Google's no help because their satellite imagery is very old. They don't even show any structures at all on the site. And so all we have available is the sort of the aerial imagery we get from, private. I don't know who it is that.
RGV does flyovers of the
Yeah.
area.
And
Just amazing stuff.
so I'm not aware of the distance between those two craft, but it's not insignificant. It's far enough that, you know, that well, I suppose in the event of a RUD, like if it were to blow up, then shrapnel can fly anywhere really. I mean, you could have shrapnel, half a mile away, or farther. So there's always a danger, but because of the stainless steel construction of these vehicles, you saw SN9 get a little munched when it leaned over in the high bay, but they were able to fix that pretty quickly. Whereas if it were made of some more exotic material like carbon fiber, that would be much more difficult and more expensive. So if there were damage from an explosion, some shrapnel tore something open or whatever, I think that the repairs would be maybe needed, but not time prohibitive. I think they'd be able to turn that around quite quickly, which is really their goal, to be able to do rapid turnaround.
Yeah, that works out really well. The next question, or actually next comment from JLP TV says, "Love from the UK. Hope to fly down for the full Starship test flight. Those live cams are, I don't understand this word, but they're awesome." So thank you for that. They donated £5 British. XA threw in a £5 as well. John Donnelly asks, how different is the second launch mount to the first? So do you know much about the launch mounts and the differences between them, Connor? Because I can't think of any differences.
Yeah, I'm not aware
ones.
of any myself. As far as I know, they're very similar. If there may be some improvements on the newer one, but I'm not too certain about that. Raw, do you have any input on that?
I'm not aware of any differences myself. No.
I've seen that they've changed just the base of it, and that's about it. It's almost identical otherwise, it looks like. So they have a little bit more flame divertiness on test stand 2 than they do on test stand 1, which is also known as pad A, and then test stand would be 2 would be B. But yeah, it's nothing more. Yeah, flame divertiness just goes around the columns itself a little bit more, and then they're upgrading test stand 1 to basically be the same, it looks like. So there's not much difference now.
And there's been no construction yet, or has there, on a super heavy launch platform, because with that many Raptor engines, they're not just going to be able to put it on some metal support stands. I mean, they're going to need more flame diversion than that.
Well, here's the fun part: is we don't know if we have a flame diverter or not. There is a very strange trapezoid structure in a like a hexagon shape. Put it that way, it has basically 6 legs that go out. It looks like it goes with the OLP, but the question is if it goes on top, and if they cut off the top of the OLP, they actually did mark down some lines to maybe indicate that that's the direction they're going, or it could be concrete work, and if that's the case, it might be that it goes on the bottom of the OLP and used for the puck shucker tests, or maybe even a flame diverter. The parts that would be missing would be pretty much every triangle piece of metal that would be in that area, but it would be a very strange diverter. You want to usually go in 1 or 2 directions when you're using a flame diverter, otherwise just doesn't work out so well. More surface area at the top that you have, the worse it gets. So you have to replace parts all the time if that's the case.
Yeah, after last week's scrubs, or scrub/scrubs, I looked up the term puck chucker, and it is not like an industry standard term. I don't know where it came from, but there's like nothing.
Hydraulic rams is what they really are.
Oh, okay. There's like no. I think that it was Elon that called it that, wasn't it?
Yes, puck shucker 3000 is what he's called it. Now it's probably going to 6 or 28,000 or 4,000. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, so that's not a term you're going to be able to find any information on out there, because it's
No. Yeah, there's a lot of SpaceX terms, and then we also have a lot of nerdle terms. So
right,
we'll
right.
usually put like we'll have something, and we'll be like, well, what should we call this? It's this weird thing. So we called the like there's no other vehicle that has body flaps like this to just basically guide the position and orientation of the vehicle and slow it down at the same time. The closest we could find was like a Hercules aircraft that has something at the very end that flares its tail, and that is the closest we could find. So yeah, the vehicle we call the top flaps flamps, and it has a whole acronym behind it. And then the bottom one we call them flings. So those were put up to votes to
Flaps
vote on
and
the
flings.
actual names. Yep, flaps and flings, just to differentiate the top and the bottom. Flamps and flings. It works. They both sound like the word flaps in some weird way, but they're like wings at the bottom, but they're not. So there's no lift force. Like there's more lift force, I think, on a basketball than there is on this. So yeah, it's just a fun vehicle overall. I have some more donations I can go through and pick off before.
So Chris Chabot asking if it's possible if the oil rigs that SpaceX bought will be the test stands for Super Heavy. That's what a lot of people are speculating, is that they intend for those. I heard about that SpaceX actually purchased a pair of oil rigs, and the speculation is that they plan for those to be launch platforms, sea-bound launch platforms for Super Heavy, which that's exciting. So this just in from Sam Valashek. Speculation, I guess, that there may be a hold due to a range violation. Apparently there's a truck that is inside the exclusion zone, but I'm not sure if there's been official word on that, but there's a picture of a truck that looks like it may be too close. People need to stay the heck away and let SpaceX do their jobs. Now, Chris V mentions that the oil rigs can be in international waters, which is true. However, I've heard it mentioned, and I don't know if there's any authority on this, like if this is official, but I have heard it said that even if it launches from international waters, it's still subject to FAA regulation because it's an American company. And I don't know the official word on that. Yeah, well, I saw part of it. I've been kind of slammed the last couple days, but I think it's awesome. I think that I'm not sure they call it biofuel. I haven't done the legwork to understand what exactly that means, but like what is it? Corn based, or what is it? But yeah, that's amazing. I think the more players there are in the launch provider space, the better. And if they're developing systems for renewable fuels. I mean, like, you know, kerosene is a petroleum-based product. You know, it's not renewable. I mean, hydrogen, oxygen, those are pretty straightforward. But yeah, biofuels can be produced in massive quantities, and they're renewable because, you know, the only limit is how much you can grow, basically. So that's a great idea. I'm rooting for them.
Hey, real quick, guys, sorry to jump in. Just wanted to give you all a heads up. Uh, Looks like we did have a little bit of a hold. It could be due to a possible range violation. We had a couple Cameron County sheriffs out here about a half mile east of us, in between me and the Starship launch pad, and they were getting rid of a vehicle that was out there.
Okay, so hopefully it's not a range
Yeah.
violation and they caught it before it got into the range.
Yeah, well,
I
they
had-
were probably in range already. It looked like the sheriff probably had to go in, be in violation
Okay.
as well, just to go get them. They are cleared now, and they're out of the range area, and they've all dispersed.
Okay, so hopefully they weren't one of our nerdle here in the community going, "Oh, let's get as close as possible." No, don't do that. We don't like that. So yeah, the only place to go is as far as the Raptor Roost or Rocket Ranch or those kinds of places to watch this event from, or you have to basically be in South Padre Island. They've got a great viewing spot just off of the southmost beach. What is that area called for the South Padre Island and that South Beach? Is that what it's called, or am I way
South
off
Bay?
on that? South Bay, that's what it is, yeah. So yeah, you can watch from South Bay.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's something we don't want range violations. This slows things
No,
down.
it definitely wasn't any part of the nerdle or anybody to do with the nerdle. Yeah, from what we were gathering, it looked like it might have been a contractor that left the facility and then was parked on the side of the highway further down here, and then he decided to go up one of the little roads up the U.S. Wildlife Refuge. And I'm not sure who saw him or reported him, but the cops came pretty quick.
Oh wow! So yeah, that's good to get him out of there. Because yeah, the last thing we want is a scrub or a large delay. So if it is a delay, we'll see. I would suspect the fuel farm, basically doing what's doing right now. But the vehicle hasn't really been doing much. We do have some venting on the engine area underneath the skirt. So that's a good sign that they are still getting prepped and ready to fuel this bird. So still plenty going on. It's just maybe just a bit delayed, and I see a little bit of venting coming off of that. Looks like a hole near the skirt section as well. But it's not the engine chill, it's just above it.
Yeah, it seems like they've been sitting idle for a bit here, and I had seen a couple reports in the chat about that range violation. I didn't want to say anything until someone like Lab came on and verified it, so that's great that he came on and gave us that information. But yeah, I'd heard that it was a truck as well, but I have been paying attention to that hole that seems to do a little bit of venting near the skirt. That's been going on for a while now, but the venting that's underneath the skirt is new, so that's looks like they are still intending to fuel this thing up here pretty soon.
Hey, Thomas.
Yeah.
So I actually have to go pick up my kid from school now, so I'm going to drop off for a while, but thank you so much for having me. It's been a real pleasure.
Thank you for your time, Ra, and answering some questions with us here today. It's been amazing yet again. So love to hear from you again about more things space related. It's always a great pleasure and honor to talk to you.
For sure.
All right, guys. Oh yeah, appreciate it, and we'll hopefully you get back before the launch happens. Just another heads up here. It looks like the sheriff is now setting up the roadblock here at Richardson, and so we should be getting close and back on track.
Now, for my Raw Space viewers, I do need to head out. I need to pick up my kid, but I will be managing the stream from my phone, so if I need to switch over to the SpaceX coverage, I will do that. So don't worry. And yeah, so hang tight, listen to some music, and if hopefully I'll get back before launch, but who knows? We'll see. Take care. I'll leave BenuCam up just in case. Well, he's likely to jump down when I get up. So yeah, actually, I'll take the BenuCam down. I'll leave it up. Whatever. What do you think? Tell me in the chat. Should I leave BenuCam up? Yeah, okay. I'll leave BenuCam up. But I guarantee you, as soon as I get out of this chair, he will be up and out. But oh well. And you get to look at an empty cat bed. Bye for now.
So space, night, death, darkness, not being there is an essential component of being there. You don't have the one without the other. That's the way being is made up.
the interval between one tone and another. The steps, as it were, on the scale. It's the interval. So in the same way, in the intervals between this year's leaves, last year's leaves, this generation of people and that generation, the interval is in some ways just as important, some ways more important than what it's between. Space, night, death, darkness, not being there, is an essential component of being. You don't have the one without the other, just as your buzzsaw has no teeth without having that. That's the way being is made up.
T-minus 2 minutes, continuing to count down on the flight of Starship serial number 9. It's the vehicle on the right of your screen, currently venting. On the left is Starship serial number 10, which is also being checked out for a similar flight later this month. T-minus 1 minute to the launch of Starship serial number 9. Propellant loading is complete. Next event is retract of the quick disconnect from the flight vehicle.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Starship climbing to 10-kilometer altitude. View on the right shows 3 Raptor engines burning. Everything continues to look nominal right now for the stage and for propulsion. Seconds of the flight, everything continues to be nominal with Starship. We're just passing through 3-kilometer altitude. Next major event is shutdown of engine number 3. Plus 2 minutes, flight continuing on Starship. As a reminder, this is a test flight to a 10-kilometer altitude. Engine number 3 shut down on time as planned. We're continuing to climb on 2 engines. Everything continues to go well with Starship.
Good engine performance so far. shutdown.
T plus 3 minutes 20 seconds. We've shut down engine 2 on time. You saw that on the screen just a few seconds ago. Starship now climbing on the power of kilometer altitude. T plus 4 minutes. Vehicle is at 10 kilometers. It is at apogee. We're continuing to throttle down engine number 1 to hold altitude. We're preparing for handover on the propellant tank. Four and a half minutes, we are handing off to the LOX tank. We are beginning to flip to horizontal. And the white cloud, the plume you were seeing was intentional. That is a liquid oxygen dump. We've now transitioned to horizontal and beginning the subsonic test portion of the flight, where we check out the aft and the forward flaps to hold the vehicle stability as we descend back to the landing pad. T plus 5.5 minutes. Starship continuing the subsonic descent, using the forward and aft flaps to control its attitude as we come back down to the landing pad. Everything continuing to go well in this portion of flight.
Land intro.
6 minutes, 10 seconds into flight. We're down beneath 1.5 kilometers. We're preparing to restart 2 engines, flip the vehicle vertical, then transition to 1 engine for the landing burn.
Oh, I see. Let's get cameras up.
Rolling to anomaly net and opening 3.911 at this time. We will start sweeping for fires.
Well, as you can see from the scene, we had again another great flight up to the 10-kilometer apogee. We demonstrated the ability to transition the engines to the landing propellant tanks. The subsonic reentry looked very good and stable like we saw again last December, so we've got a lot of good data on flap control. And again, we've just got to work on that landing a little bit, but we'll find out from the team as they go through the data. We were in contact with telemetry all the way down. So all told, another great, and a reminder, this is a test flight, second time we've flown Starship in this configuration. We've got a lot of good data, and the primary objective to demonstrate control of the vehicle in the subsonic reentry looked to be very good, and we will take a lot out of that. And with that, we're going to wrap up today's webcast. Thanks for logging on and watching, and we'll be back with another Starship in the near future.
we choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard. Because that goal will serve to organize and measure the best of our energies and skills. Because that challenge is one that we're willing to accept, one we are unwilling to postpone, and one we intend to win, and the others too.
Hey everybody. Sorry I've been gone so long. Had some stuff I needed to attend to. Hey Bennu. So yeah, so not quite what we were looking for in terms of launch profile and successful landing, but mostly went okay, I guess. But we'll save the analysis for later. But for now, thanks for coming, and I just wanted to pop on to thank you for being here. And we'll revisit this again with SN10, and hey, look who showed up. Ba-doop. Hey Bennu. Okay. So, goodbye for now. And I'll catch you later. Keep it raw, folks.